What's up, dessert? Congrats on snagging that biggest bear. Tell I forgot to turn all this off. How's your week starting off? I mean, just hungry. I'm always hungry. I guess I'll have to actually look at the character. They don't have the Neji dude on the wiki yet, at least not on the front page. We start off fine. Good. Good. Good hair. Those are the only two skills until the second part comes out. I really wish they would stop doing that. Like, I'm not surprised because it's been so often, but I don't see what the hell is the point, honestly. Like, we're already getting another character on the second part. I don't really see a reason to lock the first character's like full kit behind it. I've never really understood why they did that, honestly. I feel like it's like so weird. Eventually comes, you can do a full vampire arc. Eventually. Vampire MC class 1. Make it an actual full vampire. You know, actually thinking about it, that'd be kind of sick, right? If they just did like stuff like that. Even that'd be more than likely to get like a skin for it, but it'd be kind of cool to get MC to, I don't know. I don't know how it'd make sense. I don't really care how it'd make sense, but it'd be kind of cool. Like, oh yeah, he's a vampire now. Oh yeah, MC is a dragon now. Oh yeah, MC is a big rat. Big rat. I was watching what is it? I think Postmortem's kid on it. Or a review of the Korea guy. But I think it's saying that the Evangeline's kit looked pretty useful. I haven't looked at either Neji nor Evangeline's kits, so I don't know. Oh, we're definitely not doing that one because you keep wanting to do these exercise templates that I don't have access to. Exercise template again. Please don't tell me that's gonna be like a common thing for this advanced course stuff, because I'm not gonna be able to get any practice in. Oh, yeah. There's nowhere to get like any of this stuff for the little templates, unfortunately. Oh well. Oh, practice. Even though I don't think this one's like all that hard anyway. Well, I mean, technically I could do it. It's not too hard to write this stretch. Edgy, hello. How's your week starting off? Yeah, let's see if I can just write it myself then. Some of the early ones I couldn't do it because it was like a whole ass file and I didn't know what was in it. But this kind of just tells us what it needs to do, so we're just gonna do that. Hiring, but it's okay. How about you? Can't really complain. Been a pretty normal week so far. The only downside is it's like the weather's kind of losing its mind. It was like, see what it is right now, because it's a fair bit colder than yesterday. Yeah, it was almost like in the 70s yesterday, and now it's like 50s, like low 50s, almost into the 40s. And then tomorrow and the day after, it's supposed to get back up into the high 60s and then go back. Like it's just, we're supposed to hit like 76 by Saturday, and then it drops all the way down to like the mid to low 40s on Sunday. So fun. Interestingly enough, though, it hasn't triggered my headaches yet because usually that kind of weather difference is like triggers my migraines pretty bad. So we'll see. 57 yesterday, today it's 38 and snowing. Yeah, weather be kind of losing its mind a little bit. Mm. How's your Call of Duty been going though? Have you had to teabag any campers in the corner? Not really all the, I think that's all the classmates. That changed. Are you? Yeah, that one's pretty good. I was chaotically losing your mind. God, it's hilarious. I don't know. I can't. Oh shit, another staff. I think I only need one more to finish the second stuff. I don't know. Like, I watch people play COD. I haven't played a Call of Duty since the second one, like the actual True Blue second one, like way back. Because my brother had it, and then he gave it to me, and then I played it, and then I never really played any of the other ones because I was always more of like a Battlefield person. I always find it relatively. It's like I treat it like, you know, they are COD players in their natural habitat. They're running around teabagging each other and camping in corners. Yes, yes. To be fair, though, Battlefield's not like much better. Battlefield, you'll have like the opposite effect of yes, natural habitat for Battlefield players running around with chickens with their heads cut off, and then camping 30 miles away from point with a sniper rifle, killing every once in a while, but usually missing their shots. So it should be. First COD game. So new to a lot of the stuff. As long as you're having fun. I will say it is relatively amusing to watch your character run around in like basically what to me just looks like pajamas and you're shooting a paintball gun. Even though like what is it? Like Delta Force is the one I've been playing. You can change the basically the blood color, quote unquote. And I changed mine to pink, so it looks like people are just getting shot with pink paintballs. That's kind of funny. Cause they'll just like as they're getting shot, like it's not just you, it's like whoever shoots them, they just like puffs of just pink pop out. It's funny. I find it amusing. I find it amusing until fuckers start spamming tanks, then I no longer find it amusing, and then I'm getting angry. Great, you're thinking, get your head in like nah, a minute, man. It's always fun to play those types of games with friends. I've been trying to get people to play Delta Force, but most people I know either aren't in their shooter phase anymore, or they're like hooked on playing something else. So, luckily, I've still been enjoying the game solo, mostly because I've been like unlocking characters. But there's only like one character left to unlock, and I'm like kind of on unlocking them. I might take a break from the game for a bit, maybe play something else. It's supposed to return. Oh, I need to add a thing on it. Man, it should just be. We'll just do entry. Is entry dots? Oh no, it should just be entry dot. Thanks. I think that should be. Nerfed another, tied the 5-turn cut to buff Stare being alive, so just needing. God. That game's always gotta ruin everything. Always gotta ruin everything. So is it just for being alive, or does she have to be alive and have 10 stacks? Bruh. Like, I honestly always figured it was like a bug. That was like, it wasn't intended to work that way. But they should have just left it alone. That's like one of those ones where I just would have been like, ah, it's fine. Alive and 10 stacks. Oh, side games. Should have just left it alone. But no. No. Can't make the character stronger, no, but we. I'm gonna blame the people that took Indala to Nightmare 250. Because let's be honest, that's probably the reason why it happened. Well, there's probably a couple other reasons, but that's probably the bigger one. I would be surprised. That game's usually tries to like cut down on degeneracy like that. used for checking if two references are the same. Python object can also be stored in a dictionary or any other data structure. This also applies to based on policy to find yourself. Create a vocabulary object containing some nerd. Nerd. Can't believe it. Can't believe they'd use such a rude word in a assignment, an exercise for this big braining. Nerd. You're a nerd. Don't talk to me. I find it funny. It caught me off guard. I need to remember to see it. Well, I need to debate if I have the willpower to grind out the 10 boxes. Well, the last like 5 boxes to get the last 10 pages from the other event. Why do they attach it to 10 boxes? I don't know. I hate having to do an event thing for that many times. Can I do it? Yes. Do I want to? No. Did I? Yes, because more resources and 10 pages. This is two helper variables which are inside of the self parameter name. Remember, the name of variables do matter. The functional is called using code begins to look a bit cryptic. Variable is declared with the self parameter name, which means specifically the variable will continue the method declaring it has quite unnecessary. The helper variables are meant to be used only within the method, so declaring helper variables with the self parameter name it's causing variables to exist beyond their expiration date. Using self to create new attributes where they aren't necessary can also, or it can cause difficult bugs in your code, especially generically named attributes such as self.helper, which are then used in various different methods, can cause unexpected behavior, which is hard. Helper variable is declared as an attribute, an initial value, and constructor, but the variable is then used in an unrelated context in another method that is predictable. This results in a situation where the accessible through an object. Next, previous part we saw the advantage of constructors, for instances, classical. This is not the case using different classes of class errors. In conclusion, if you need helper variables, the correct way to the above implementation, the helper variables are method is created the value within applications and other parts of the program. Objects created based on our own classes are usually mutable. Remember that for classes arguments, the contents can change. This is a reference to an object type student as its argument. Function then change the name of the student, but object. Also possible to create objects with functions, functioners, accessible. Last name Japanese. Rusty scripter Python. It's always funny to me how they take like other a lot of their names, like the last names, is literally just taking different coding languages names that are just like uh program names and stuff like that, and then they'll just be like, yeah, that's their last name. Name equal base plus last name. Student number, current student name, student. And the following. Arguments, the method. which takes an object of the type person. The visitor is tall enough, their board visitors is increased. Classes can be adjusted as follows. Oh no, poor Alice, too short, should have taken a footstool. Of course! These stupid fucking exercise templates. I had a feeling it was gonna be like that. Ay, ay, ay. That's implementation of the class baby center. I think I might still be able to reconstruct it. I really don't like that they're doing this exercise template stuff. On one hand, I can kind of understand why they're doing it. On the other hand, not really, because if you're like putting it in there anyway, you might as well just put it in the example. Especially because like they haven't been really that hard to replicate, but and I'd probably have to I'd be probably rewriting it anyway, but still, you know, is what it is. Like I think for the most part that's fine. Um, Person acknowledgement should return the weight of the person. You can access implementation for them. I mean, it's just returning person. The problem is I don't know what they want for the initialization of the other ones. I don't know if it'll break anything. Two persons are weight. Then one of them is fed 3 times, so wait again. X1 positional aggregate with 2 are given. Hmm? I mean 2 are given. Last time I checked, that's 1. How are 2 given? It's just wrong in general. Nope, I guess myself just write it out the way you know it's right. They said they literally all they said they were just like, please. This is I'm just gonna copy and paste. This is literally what it says. That's what's written in there. Is feed with this, which again I understand it's the advanced course, but it's still right learning. So it's like what? It's so confusing. So confusing. Like they should just not have it say the stuff. It should just be like, please implement a method feed which increases the whatever. We got it work. Counting weigh-ins. Turns the total number of weigh-ins. Object forms. That's all I should really do, right? They just called it weigh-ins. Oh wait, no, the method has to. Okay. Right, it's a method that has to return that. Oops. My brain is just kind of out of it today. I didn't sleep very well. Oh my. I read that sentence and like I should have understood it the first time. But it took me like 3 tries. Like, oh shit, right, I have to do this. Oh shit, right, I have to do this other thing. Oh shit, I have to do like it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. Right, it's prices, different lunch options, and need to switch the right amount from balance based on the imagine price changed. Are there new items introduced to the system? Cards are already registered in the system, and all existing placed by prices. Better solution be to make the cards ignorant of prices. products, the purpose of the balance, complicated features contained within another class, the payment term. But a simpler version of the lunch. Alright, the about should be subtracted from the balance only if there's enough money successful than must through, otherwise. Should work, right? Amount is less than or equal to a self-taught balance. But checks if the amount being charged is, well, like if the balance has enough for the charge, and then if it does, it subtracts the amount and then returns true, and then if it doesn't, it just returns false and doesn't do anything else. And true, false. Terminal. Okay, regular lunch costs €250. Increase the value of the funds of the terminal by the price of lunch. Increases the number of lunches sold. return the appropriate change. If the payment passed as an argument is not large enough to cover the price, the lunch is not sold. It's like cost. Yeah. Cost is $2.50. Would work, right? Cost is $2.50. The payment is greater than or equal to the cost. Self.funds plus equals the cost because now the terminal has more money. Lunches is plus equals 1 because we've sold that many lunches. Then it returns the amount, the change, which is the amount given minus cost. Else, if the payment is less than the cost, then it just refunds the payment. That should just be how it works for both. $7.50, $2.50, no dollars, 1,009. Wait. Regular lunches sold as 2. Special lunches sold as 1. That one. We'll need methods that will take lunch card as an argument. Mm-hmm. 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 It should be similar to this, yeah. Oh, so that's how that works, okay. I feel like it'd be easy, like it'd be better to just be like self dot lunch cost equals 250, self dot special cost equals 430, and then just call those in, but we'll leave that. We'll leave it as is for now. Psych! Because this way you don't have to keep rewriting it every time. You don't have to keep rewriting it every time, and then if the prices ever change, you can just change it in the initialization in the constructor and it's fine. You don't have to worry about it. Makes my life easier. So I don't have to keep rewriting it. And then it just returns true. Ugh. I said it one too many times. Oops. Major turn with $7.50. True, false, true. 1,002.5. Oh, wait. I forgot the lunches and specials. That's my bad. There we go. I had like, to be fair, I had a thing in the back, like a little like um feeling in the back of my head that I had forgotten something when I was hitting the run button. I was like, this isn't gonna work. In fact, it did not work. Ah. Deposit money on the card. The card owner pays this by cash. Is added to the funds available at the terminal. Deposit card. Oh, punch card. Load object. So the balance greater than 0. Self dot funds plus equals card balance equals amount. Does it need to return it? Gracias por el agua. Also, I realized that I forgot that my Windows didn't update, so it kind of borked my sound reduction on the mic that I have. I use a program for that, and I don't remember what the program is called. I have to re-find it. I have to re-figure it out sometimes. I realized it today because I was picking up my like some of my breathing that it doesn't normally pick up. I think that's all it needs to do, right? Two, false, card balance is 2, true, card balance is 97.700, regular sunshine. Yep. Oh, that was pretty easy. It was a lot simpler than I was expecting it to be. Then we want to write a program which compares the ages of objects type person. We could write a separate function for this purpose. I find it so funny because like if you want to find out, right, so in Python with date time, if you want to find out if someone is older than another person, but you don't want to like calculate the age like specifically like to what they are right now, it's you have to go, is their year less than the year of the other person you're comparing it to? Which is hilarious because you're trying to figure out which one is the greater number in age. But in order to find the greater number in age, you have to find the which one has the smaller year. It's kind of funny. It's I mean it's not really funny. I find it funny. I find it amusing. The principal functionality, which handles methods instead of function. Write a method age of a person back to another person. Type in some facets. Oh. Oh. Huh. That's kind of important to know. Pretty sure they didn't teach that on the MIT side of things. The object which the method is called on is referred to as self, while the other person object is another. Remember, calling a method differs from a function that is attached to an object notation. To the left of the dot is the object. This object itself, which is as self, method definition. In parentheses is the argument to the method, which is object referred to as another. Print out from the like the same as with the function above. For the cosmetic point to finish. If else structure in the method older by and large expression. The condition is already the exact method can thus be simplified. It's also kind of funny because like I I don't think I'd ever actually heard the term Boolean for true false until I started learning programming. I'm trying to recall. I don't think even in like the sciences or anything I've ever heard that term, and or like the bool, because most people tend to like just cut off the end and just call it a bool. But the other day I was watching a video from Crip for EOE 2, and he used the term. He's like, it's not a bool, it's not true or false. I was like, I know what that means. I'm so I chuckled at myself. Parameter of the method is the same type as class itself. Type in close in quotations. Even the quotation marks causes an error, which you'll see. The database of a real estate agency record. Task is to implement methods which allow for comparison between available properties. The one nice thing to look forward to is that the game plan, right, is to set up at least the PC set up in the basement, which is concrete. And then I'll have like I have this like pretty sizable outdoor rug that I used to own when I used to live alone that I'm gonna use to like put it down for like the area. But it's like it's very stiff, so like I had the couch sitting on it for like 2 years, and it didn't leave any sort of like indent or impression on it or anything like that. It's a pretty solid little indoor outdoor rug, but it means I should be able to roll around more freely, because one of the things that kind of sucks is when you're on carpet, right? Even if you have a little plastic thing, you kind of like make little indents in the carpet because there's no, there's that bit of no real support, so it kind of like indents in there. So then when you try to move your chair around, sometimes it kind of like skirts back into the little indent a little more. It kind of makes it a pain whenever I'm trying to like adjust my seats and stuff. So I shouldn't have to deal with that anymore, hopefully. Even though the whatchamacallit, the it just escaped me. The plastic thing I use not surviving though. Like the middle part, where for a while I would sit off towards the edge of my wall. Uh well, towards like the right, so one of the wheels would like sit kind of in the middle, and between the way it was kind of not completely but kind of like slightly curved when my old man brought it over, it broke in the middle. So that's not surviving. So sometimes that one's even worse, because sometimes it'll like hit that little broken area and the wheel will get stuck, and then it becomes a pain when I'm just trying to like move it around. All right, so I used to compare the price difference. Let's compare price difference, absolute value, prices, properties, price per square meter multiplied by the amount of, yeah. And so returns true the real. It should just be the totals again. Like this. And just return one greater than total. Oh.
Hello there.
Oh. What's up, Slickster? Gracias por el agua.
Hababa. Hababadagada. Hababadadaba. Hatabadakadaka. Hatada.
Fewer words have never been spoken. Thank you for blessing me with a daily wisdom. Thanks to a real one, for real, for real. Oh. I love you don't change it. The next one, it's not going to test the thing. This one's really easy, but I think it's mostly because I've done it before. I think the MIT one, we've done something like this. But the MIT one, they didn't mention about like the type hinting, or like how the type hinting needed to be in quotations. Because in the MIT version, they just always told you to do doc strings. Oh, I knew I forgot to do something mainstream. Okay, I forgot to do something today. My regular Spotify is like extremely laggy. No, Spotify doesn't want to pull up your thumb. I was a little faster than last night, but jeez Louise, I definitely need to like figure out how to make it not so bad. Yeah, in the MIT stuff, they just like we would have done this instead. Like done that. So then you don't have to worry about this for the type hinting, but when I was Googling it, it seemed that industry standard is using a mix of both. So gotta have to keep track of that. Attribute. Also use as around classes as attributes other classes. Following example, we define the course student completed course. Completed course makes first two class definition technique. Assume that each class is defined in a separate file. Class course and file. A pie. Pie. You know, I haven't had like actual pie in a long time. Class student and file. Student.pie. I say this, but I feel fat today. I'm gonna cut back on some of the sugar. To be fair, I've been like slacking a bit on my workouts the last couple of days because I've been tired. So I'm not burning as many calories as I've been. I've just been hungry the whole time. Gotta get back on that. Workouts, yeah. Yeah. It's so bad. Like I've at least done my push-ups. At least like one set of today I did like one set of everything, so that's fine. But it's always a slippery slope when you stop. At least for me it is. Cause usually it'll be like, you know, it always starts where you're just like, oh, you know, I missed today, and like I'm still feeling okay, and then you like miss the next day, and then you miss the next day, and then all of a sudden you realize you're right back where you started, and you're just like. So I even when I'm like really tired, if I don't do it in the morning, I'll just do a set of like one set of push-ups like before dinner or something. At least keep the body going, but I need to get back to doing the full workout quotations. It's basically just doing what I did today, just twice. Mm. Congratulations, Lexter. Put another song on the viewer playlist. Funnily enough, when I was in marching band, like a couple of us figured out how to play this song on our instruments. Not like this one in particular, but what it's, you know, the Jungle Book song. We also swang it a little bit. But yeah, fun times. I kind of wish that's probably the one downside is that none of the high schools I went to had a jazz band. Makes me a little sad. I would have liked to have done jazz band. I think my brother did jazz band because I think his high school had it. But there was one time in the second high school I went to, we went to well, we always went to competitions, but I don't remember if this one was for symphonic band or if it was for marching band. But there was a college that would hold one of the competitions, and their jazz band performed. And they had a tenor sax player that just tore it up. It was so good. He was so good. And it was always funny because my friends would be like, nudge, nudge, it's you. No, he was like, the guy was like 10 times better than I was, but it was similar. We were both similar in play style. Because it's just like, I don't know. Sometimes I just do my own thing. And it would work out fine and I wouldn't get yelled at for it. And then sometimes it'd be a mess and my band director would just give me a look like, you don't be part of the music today? Like, I'm sorry. Fine. Goodness. These is two other classes that have to be imported. Example of the main function is adds completed courses to the list. Completed course, import, completed course. From course, import course, and from student, import student. Mm-hmm. What exactly is happening? Course is an instance of the class completed course student refers to an attribute of the completed course object, which is the object type student. Attribute name and the student object. Instance of class completed course. Oh yeah. That makes sense. The examples above an import statement appeared quite a few times. The import statement is only necessary when using code which is defined somewhere outside the current file or Python. This includes situations where we want to use something defined in Python standard library, for example, the math module contains mathematical operations. The example above, we assumed 3 classes were each defined in a separate file. Function was yet another file, which is why the import statement. If all the program code is written in the same file, it requires you to do, you will not need the import statement classes you find yourself writing something along from person import person, it is likely you've gotten something wrong. If you need a refresher, the is first introduced part 7. Entity class that each person has. Well, skipping that one because it doesn't give me enough information to be able to reconstruct the 2 classes. I mean, I guess it kind of could. Alright, sure. I might be able to reconstruct it. Bread. The brute. See. The person would be self. Name. String. As a pet. Last pet. Oops. So for self, or for string, it's name. Is self dot pet dot name. A self dot pet read doge. Should work. Quick time. I'll just finish writing this out real quick. It's not too much more. We'll properly break time. Yeah, that worked exactly the way I was expecting it to. Oh, we didn't need the word dog in there. You already had that dog in him. Break time. Oh. There we go. I was like, I had a feeling the wiki should have been updated with all the new stuff by now. Let's see. Uh, 450 window regular amount. Enters constant lightning form. Consumes 2 delayed spell to activate. Skill 1 is 10 hit. Oh shit. That cap's a little low though, ain't it? 48,000 per hit. Gain 20% charge bar and 1 stack of his thingy. Uh, go to when damage to foe, dispel. It's twice with. Oh, he's in constant lightning form. I'm assuming it dispels twice too. And then skill 3 is big dam to foes, and then dodge all one time. He's got enmity, Ogi cap out, skill damage cap out, boost charge bar upon using skills, up to hostility and dodge rate, and cooldown for skill 1 upon dodging, while in special form. Boost attack, guaranteed triples, boost to dodge rate, and activates skill 2 upon normal attacks. Starts battle with guts when below 25% HP. Gains insta charge, 2 of his stacks, and cap up and damage up. Consumes grown man. He doesn't have like reduced gain to charge bar. I don't know if his like extended master is even worth taking. Like a support one. Because like he can't even Ogi until he can't Ogi without 2 stacks, and then he gains 20% charge bar from skill 1. And as long as he just keeps dodging, he'll be fine. Even though he doesn't have any dodge EMPs. But he does get like a 15% boost to dodge rate. How long does that lightning form last? I'm assuming it lasts for a bit, yeah. The wiki doesn't say. The summon 20% boost to charge bar, 30% boost to Ogi damage, and 20% boost to charge bar. BB Huang Long. Then call is plain damage or remove 1 bar. Might be useful for Paragon, honestly. Because one of my biggest issues with Paragon is when he changes the triggers for plain damage. I just don't know if she deals enough plain damage for it. Big sword. Big sword is sword. Good to know. Damage to foe. Boost to skill damage. Skill damage cap. So the sword, the weapons seem to just be the usual, just father skin achievement. I know Wind had a video up. Oh, did you? No, she's dodging. He's in win with Petra. Yeah, you know, that's great for people that have Petra. There's off into the distance. Grayscale. Filter applied. I'm not crying, you're crying, don't look at me. I was gonna say, I'm curious how he deals without Petra then, but Wynn's video has it. Well, that's Halloween Lich. I mean, good enough, I guess. Like I don't have Halloween Lich though. I have Yukata of Audio though. Bro, I can't get over how many like of Wynn's kind of busted units are just seasonal. Like Yukata Vanya into Halloween Lich into Valentine Grimnir, Summer Galleon. Who does Wynn have that's not? I mean, I guess there's still Grand Naru and Grand Oer, but does Wynn have anybody else that's like super strong that's not seasonal? Besides like the Eternals and Evokers? He's not getting the Rimuru treatment, right? Like he just gets the skill 3 on the part 2, he doesn't get like a full limit break. Just a skill 3. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, I didn't know, so I was just wondering if they had mentioned anything about it. I figure you would have mentioned it earlier if that was the case. I mean, he doesn't seem bad. I just don't know if it'd be worth like swapping Enyo for him in my setup, because I feel like that's like the only person I could swap out for him. And then at that point, it's like, why would I swap Enyo out for him? He does pretty good damage. That's for sure, though. In Wynn's video, he outdamaged everybody by like. Well, he outdamaged like Venia and Omnioji by 100,000. And then outdamaged Halloween Lich by like 70,000 or 70 million. 100 million. It definitely deals damage. That's for sure. And that's without his skill 3, right? Because with skill 3, that would be another 1,000 damage every, or 1,000% when damage to all foes every 8 turns. Hmm. I don't think his lightning form lasts very long though. Or it could. I couldn't really tell in the video. Oh, yeah. On our way to getting our 4 dagger set up to try out with Colossus. Oh, his kit doesn't seem too bad though. That's for sure. He's definitely on the better side of things for collab characters, I would say. Just I don't know how I feel about his model being like fluorescent pink the whole time. It looks weird. It looks like he's made out of like a pink like candy. Like you know, like the pink Jolly Rancher. It kind of makes him look like he's just a walking pink Jolly Rancher of violence. But yeah, I don't think his like support EMP is worth taking unless you're like on a team. I guess like unless you have like Petra or something, right? So that you can just constantly dodge to reset his skill 1. But even then, I think that gives what like 10% at like level 3. I guess it'd be like 30%. Well, it'd be more than wait no. Well, because it's like I don't remember. Does it work with? It doesn't work with auto casting skills, right? So like it wouldn't work with his like lightning form. Because it says using skills, which I'm saying means you have to like actually click the skill. So it'd work with a skill 1 because that resets, but wouldn't work with a skill 2 because that just gets auto casted. That'd be like what, like 30% Ogi or every turn basically. With like including like other characters feeding him, probably yeah, probably would be fine if you have like a Petra setup or something. Because like it's just a bit of a redundant skill if you don't have a way to keep his stacks up, so you can just be OGing every time he has 100. Like you're better off like probably like take that like last. Probably better off just grabbing his obviously his 2 cap ups and then the crit and then go from there. Oh no, all I know is that I need to start praging with the free pulls for I guess Jack. Because Jack seems pretty solid all around. Alright, back to work. Well, back to studying. List of objects as attribute. We use single instances of other classes as attributes. Completed courses. Is often the case when we want to have a collection of objects as an attribute. Which teams players. Follows these players' name, goals. String is goals. But the team is name for the name of the team. Self-thought players is an empty list. Add players where you append the player to the playlist. And then the summary is equal for players and self-thought players, goals.append player. So then you print the team name, the players. His number is 3, and then goals scored by 10, 22, 1. Practice wrapping presents. EIE, my favorite thing. A person has a name and weight. Box. Presents. Define the class present. Can be used to represent different kinds of presents. The class definition should contain attributes for name and weight. That should be it for the present. Oh, forgot to. Oh. Oh, I need to give it a string. There we go. And then the box. Let's see. It should be able to add presents to the box. The box should keep track of the combined weight of the presents within. The class definition methods. It should be self dot present equals self dot weight equals 0. Which then it should have add present self. So it would be self dot present I'll change it later if it. Returns the combined weight of the parts in the box. Oh, should I just? Oh, it should just be a list of both, honestly. And that should just return the sum of stuff dot weight. That's it. I was expecting to get more complicated with that. In Python programming, all initialized variables refers to an object, or however, inevitably situations where we need to refer to something that does not exist without causing error. Keyword none represents exactly such an empty object. Continuing from team and player example above, let's assume we want to add a method for searching for players on the team by the name of player. If no such player is found, it might make sense to return none. Player, good self-top. It can sometimes cause more trouble than it solves. It is a common programming error to try method an attribute through reference which evaluates to none. Check for none before trying to access any attributes or methods of Fuck you and your exercise templates, bro. This is gonna be a reoccurring issue throughout the rest of this advanced course, isn't it? At least like on some of these they're giving me enough information to reconstruct it. I should at least be thankful for that. Should have a list of persons as an attribute and also contain the following methods. Should just be stuff. Add is empty, prints content. And content. This is the one that's actually going to be a little bit having to write out a decent amount. Oh, oops. Wrong order. Oh wait, no, we're not done. Oh, this is gonna be. Oh wait, no. Okay, never mind. It doesn't want an actual print, so like it's not a string, is what I mean. It doesn't need the string method katana. Swing. It needs the it's just a print, so just like auto prints it out. Oh, actually, I didn't really. No. I'm trolling. I could have just copy and pasted the what I wrote. I have to rewrite it all again. Oh, actually, that's not gonna work. I have to actually save the thing. Like the full object instead of just the attribute. Then for here, it'd be like person name. Person dot height. Have to be something like that. But let's make sure the room one works first. The empty room. I don't know how that printed on there because I didn't hit Control V at all. But you know what? Makes my life easy. Okay, so this did not work. Oh wait, no, yeah, it did work because it's supposed to be true. I'm trolling. Okay. We do. Time for the big test. 35 in the room. Oh, I forgot the word persons. 5 persons in the room and the combined height is 838. Kenya 72. 4, 3, 1, 5. Yeah, that works. Word is person. Shortest. Room. The method should return the shortest person in the room it is called on. If the room is empty, the method should return none. The method should not remove the person from the room. Um. Okay, I should just return the name. I don't know if I wanted the height too. I think that should work, right? It checks if the length of the list is 0, so that aka it's checking if the room is empty. I mean, I could also make it just do if it returns I could do let's see. If self dot is that could work, right? Yeah. I'll just see if it works with the rest of it. Yeah. Yeah, so this way I don't have to like rewrite it, right? Smart. Smart. Bigger brain. I mean, the other thing is I could also just flip this, right? So like if I wanted to make it like actually be right. Yeah, like it'll still work. Because this way I don't have to do the equals equals false. Because I think like if it equals false, you don't like if you want what gets executed in the if section, right? It needs to equal true. Because if it equals false, it just automatically skips it. Because by default, Python, like when you give it a bool, like for instance in this case, right, where it's like if self dot is empty with nothing else, it just defaults to if true, return none. So if you want it to return, so if you wanted to do something when it's false, you have to equal false. I don't know if you can do if not. Let's try that out. Okay, that works too. Okay, so you can also just do if not, right? So if not true, execute the program, and then if it's true, it'll just return this. Oh wait, no. Yeah. So it still works this way. So this is the other way you could do it. You could save yourself a sentence, like a word, if you just do it the other way, right? Where it's like, if true, do this. But if not true, do. Oh, that's so good. Oh, knowledge. Expansion. Brain expansion. Oh, we gotta put the last part. This should work because we didn't fiddle with that part of the code at all. Pretty nice, pretty nice, pretty nice. Um, removing a person from the room. Remove the shortest. That's just rude. Poor Yuna can never be in these rooms. Maybe it would be king. so it should be the pop. So so we'd make it run shortest. Move shortest. This is the indent. Oh, it's self dot shortest. Sorry. It's for self dot shortest, which it should then be for person and self dot persons if person dot name equals move short, then self dot person. Oh no, we wouldn't need that. I mean, technically, it's supposed to pop it, right? It's just I feel this way's like more efficient. Oh wait, it needs to do. The room is empty. Yeah, that should work, right? This one I'm actually gonna have to test to see if it works. Oh, Oh, I have to add a new thing to it. Just reassign that. Didn't this be a person? Oh wait, no, because I used remove, not pop. Really? Hmm. The issue I have is this part. Remove the dot name. Oh. It's not even executing it because of this. Hmm. So that means that shortest needs to then be I need to rewrite that. So this just needs to be person. And then shortest dot name. And then okay, now it's just trolling me. There should be a person object. It's turning none. Is that why? Wait, why did it work here? But now it doesn't work down here. Okay, that's why. That's kind of what I figured was happening. Hmm. That's why. Because that's getting returned as this and not like an actual thing. Hmm. Why is it getting returned as a on memory? Yeah, because it's getting returned as oh, because I keep forgetting that. That's why. Keep making that mistake every time. But yeah. There we go. We figured it out. Okay. Wait, why is it printing a name? Oh, because there we go. Alright, we fixed it. The biggest issue was that I forgot the parentheses here. I keep forgetting that. It's really weird, right? Because I did it here correctly, but then when I did self.shortest, it didn't work. Okay. The parentheses is a mistake I keep making when I'm like calling it inside. 4 persons in the room. Combined height is 683. Blah 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 blah. Removed from room Nina. There are 3 persons in the room. Their combined height is 521. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Oh, the second hint that they gave for it was basically doing what I do. What I did. It's just that I forgot the parentheses. And when you forget the parentheses, it gives you like the memory spot that the method is in, and not like the actual answer for it. An object-oriented program which uses class or instances of a class. Class offers the client service to which the client can access objects created based on the class. The goals here are that the use of a class and or object is as simple as possible from the client's point of view. The integrity of an object is preserved. Integrity of an object means the state of an object always remains acceptable. Practice means that values of the object's attributes are always acceptable. For example, an object representing a date should never 13 as a value of the month. An object modeling a student should never have a negative number as a value of study credits, and so on and so forth. Last name student. name of that student number. Study credits if study credits is greater than, maybe greater than or equal to. Oh wait, no, study credit. Okay, never mind. It's study credits as a argument getting passed. Student object offers its client the method add credits, which allows the student's total class of 0. Write the method definition. It is possible to access study credits directly. Could result in an erroneous state or integrity of the office. Oh, is this where we're gonna learn how to like? Yeah, I think this is where we learn how to hide stuff, so you can't just like mess with the attribute directly. Common feature in object-oriented. Maidenstein? I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I'm pretty sure I'm butchering it, but thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good week. Or a good start to the week. I keep forgetting it's Tuesday. This is a week where I've lost, like, what day of the week it is. It's just like, I don't know. Yesterday was Monday and I thought it was like Wednesday. Common feature is that classes can usually hide their attributes from any prospective clients. Hidden attributes are usually called private. Python is privacy by adding 2 underscores to the attribute. Private attribute is not directly visible to the client. Trying to refer to it causes an error. In the above example, the name attribute be easily accessed and changed. Thought today was Thursday, so fair. Glad I'm not the only one. It's always weird when you're just like, today feels like it's like a day that's not the right day, and then people just look at you weird like it's obviously. It's like, shut up. Yeah, but I hope your week's off to a good start. I think the worst is whenever the weekends are the worst. I never know what day of the week it is until it's like Monday, if it's the weekend, because my entire schedule is just structured around streaming. So when I don't stream, I don't know what time it is, I don't know what day it is, I don't know what's going on, I don't know who's doing what. All I know is I'm being unproductive generally. And it trips me up from my weekly. Like, it's gonna trip me up because I want to take a break from streaming for a bit when we move houses here in, I think, about like 2 weeks. And I'm definitely not gonna know what's going on at any point of the week, of the day, because it's just gonna be like a Tate in corner while waiting for internet to get set up. Trying to print out the card number because ooh, okay, I see. Interesting. That should be enclosed in a capsule. The client offered a suitable interface for processing data stored in the object. Another encapsulated attribute. The balance of credit card. And will also have public visible methods. So yeah, if anything, I'd be doing. Oh, it'd just be if you encapsulate something, you have to make sure that if you want it like accessible to something else, that it needs to have some sort of method that calls it. College, so you constantly revolve your life around that. You can get a break, you lose your train of thought and sense of time. Acceptable, honestly. Yeah, the worst part also is when it's like when you lose like your structure and then you realize that like time does one of two things. Depends on the person. Like, I know people that when they lose that structure, like time goes by like blazing fast. For me, when I lose that structure, like I just sit there like, it feels like I've been here for like 4 hours. Looks over, only been an hour, and it's like, oh my goodness, what am I doing? Like I don't know, for me time almost feels like it slows down if it's like a break from the routine. If my routine is doing nothing, then it's like going by super fast. But there was definitely times for it was like, what is it, like winter break for me when I used to go to like attend courses and stuff would feel like so slow because I was so used to just the routine of every day, you know, wake up, go do the thing, come back, wake up, go do the thing, come back. That when it was like winter break, it was long enough where I would just sit there and be like, I'm not doing anything, but short enough where that like not doing anything doesn't become routine, right? So it'd feel like a little longer. And then you know, but by the time I was getting used to it, which is probably why like winter break is kind of a big like, you know, knocks the wind out of people's sails. Because by the time you're getting used to not doing anything, it's time to get back into it. While summertime, like it's like the norm. So I don't know. For me, it was never too much from a summer break to get back into it because it was like it became the norm so readily that like a routine break was a welcome thing. But like for winter break, that was always my killer thing. It'd feel like everything would last so long because I wasn't doing anything. And then as soon as I got used to not doing anything, it was like, oh, time to go back to doing things. And then my brain would be like, no, we were just getting used to. Don't do. Yeah, it's tough. To be fair though, my brain is like also hardwired towards being lazy, so that's a fight in and of itself. Well, hopefully your studies are going well. I know the spring semester especially tends to be pretty rough for some people, depending on how far along you are. I think that was one thing I liked because what is it? Like I went to a technical school after doing some rounds of university, and the one I went to had like trimesters, so we didn't have like a long summer break. There was literally just a like it was like a week break in between every semester, and so like summer had its own like actual full semester, and I really enjoyed that over the like standard university college thing of like here's 2 semesters and then you just have this big summer break that has like really condensed classes if you're gonna take them, and I'm just like I'd rather just have the other way. I don't know. I mean, like, there's definitely pros and cons to both systems, but I don't know. I was definitely more partial because didn't really have that like long break of feeling like I'm not doing anything. On the flip side, though, it also makes it hard if you like have to work and stuff because then you don't have like a long break to be able to pull in more hours and stuff like that. So there's definitely like pluses and minuses to both like schedule typings. Actually, attribute. Wait, but does that mean that we'd have to? How would that work from inside of the? I guess maybe like internally in the method it doesn't, or in the class it doesn't actually cause an issue. Program is really difficult and the dropout rate is 98%. So I'm here just like, oh my goodness. I believe in you. You got that. You got that. That's even more than the one I went to, which was pretty high. What's your major? Out of curiosity. It was, what is it? Well, hopefully they don't wear that like as a point of pride. As when I went to university, I went for mechanical engineering, and the dropout slash transfer rate was 80% of the people that went in specifically just mechanical engineering. None of the other engineering programs had it as high, and they wore that as like a point of pride. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there like, bro, if you have like an 80% dropout slash transfer rate, it just means you suck at teaching. Like, I'm sorry. Like, generally. There's some courses, especially if they're more advanced, that's a bit of a, like a caveat, right? But I'm just like, that's not, like for a bachelor's degree, I feel like it's a little too high. Might not want to be bragging about that too much. Especially considering that the other engineering programs like in the university were very highly respected, and I think at the next highest was at like 50, so it was a pretty sizable difference. Even though I feel like for the most part it was less of an issue with the difficulty of the program and more just how unhelpful the department staff was, honestly. Big balance. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So you can manipulate it from inside of the class just fine. It's just if you try to refer to it from outside of the class that it causes problems. Stenography course. Oh, that's a word I haven't heard in a long time. This college, I got justice criminology major and literature minor. I got certification in paralegal studies for that year in biomedical engineering. Just this is like the whatchamacallit. I feel like you're just like running through like the Dark Souls level difficulty of majors at this point. uh that's all my brain got from that. It's like if it was a it's just like what games do you play? It's like I just play all these really hard games that make people cry. that's what I mean. So that's the vibe I get from reading that list. Maiden with a backstory. True. True. Very skillful maiden with a backstory. So yeah, that is definitely that would not have been on my bingo card, honestly. But to be fair, stenography wouldn't have been on my bingo card. But like that's a what is it? I think the only person I know who's ever taken a course on that, like personally, it was there was a guy who was a history major that he took it because he was more interested in like the archaeological side of the history major stuff, and that was like one of the courses they had him take. That is definitely an extensive background. Yeah, my own background is not overly as impressive. It was like, what is it? I went to university for mechanical engineering. Then it was like, well, when you're 18 and you go from having people, having standard schooling breathing down your neck to all of a sudden you're in a school situation where if you don't show up to class, nobody cares. And you're someone who likes to sleep in. Kind of makes it hard to hit your 8 a.m.s. So I started. I passed every class that wasn't an 8 a.m. class, which was a problem because all my 8 a.m. class were the important ones. They're really important ones that I really shouldn't have been skipping. It's really funny. I failed the chemistry lecture, but I passed the lab for chem. I had friends give me a weird look, but yeah, that didn't work out. And then I went to a technical school where I got well. I'm extremely rusty now, so I'd probably just make a piece of garbage. But I do technically have certifications for welding, TIG welding, and pipeline welding. So my pipeline welding is not very good. Not if it's like the smaller pipe. The bigger pipe I did pretty good. I always got really good scores on that. But when I had to do the T joint weld, that one was I'm not good with a cutting torch. And part of the test is you have to like cut the you have to like cut the two pipes, which you can just use there's like a special setup for it. But then you have to like by hand with a cutting torch cut where the two pipes are going to join together, right? And yeah, I don't have a very steady hand for when I don't have like resistance because it's like I don't know if you've ever welded, but like I don't know if there's anything else that really has something that's like close to it, but like welding has like a sort of resistance to it because of the electric current, right? And so like I could do that freehand decently enough because I could do like TIG and all that other stuff, but cutting torch has literally no resistance to it. You're just moving the torch and it just cuts. Yeah, all my cuts looked like an alligator bit the metal off, and it was like really hard. I think I barely passed that assignment, so that one I can't. Not the greatest, but I could used to be able to pipe weld. Plenty of other stuff. Yeah, but then I got a computer maintenance associate's degree, which unfortunately didn't do me much good because It was a bit. It's the degree itself was a bit more focused on like hardware, and unfortunately, hardware as a like a computer hardware, if you're not like going for some sort of computer engineering or electrical engineering background, it's kind of hard to get into because most companies don't have any in-house tech anymore for hardware for the most part. A lot of it's like outsourced, and a lot of those companies that are outsourced to don't have. They're not really hiring right because they don't need as big of a people for it. So yeah, so then I just kind of bounced around, didn't do anything, then got into streaming, and then now we're studying Python, which thankfully has been, I don't know, I guess fish to water. Passed beta with engineering, told that she was too stupid for engineering, and then out of spite, changed to majors, got Dean Scott. Really built different. Honestly, I feel like if any of my like engineering people had told me that, I probably would have done the same thing and just passed my classes out of sheer spite. Spite does a lot for me. Also, to this day, spite will still fuel me. It very much fuels the get go. It was like in high school. It was like my freshman year of high school. There was this teacher who had a personal vendetta against me because I basically called her out in class. But I didn't really call her out. I was like, excuse me, teach, you misspelled the word noggin on the slide because she spelled it with one G instead of two G's. And then she got really uppity and was just like, I'm sorry, who's the English teacher? And I'm like, well, I guess they didn't teach her how to read the dictionary because, you know, freshman Bear was very sassy. To be fair, fully grown adult Bear is also very sassy, just slightly more controlled with it. And so she was like, well, why did you get the dictionary? And luckily, the little like table group I was at, there's the dictionaries right behind the guy who was sitting across from me. And I looked at him, I was like, give me the dictionary. He was like, don't do this. I was like, give me the dictionary. He's like, she's the English teacher. I'm like, give me the fucking dictionary. And so he gave me the dictionary. Long story short, she was wrong. I was right. And then when I was doing like extra credit stuff, she wholeheartedly manipulated how I like the point placement so that I would still like get an F because there was this like one category that I sucked at, which was like organization. Why was there a category for organization in an English class? I don't know. But in that first 6 weeks, right, like we had so little grades that it caused me to fail by like a point. And meanwhile, there's people I knew who were like got like a 65 and that she bumped their score up to a passing grade. Long story short, out of sheer spite, I refused to do any more binder organization. And then I was the first class of the day. So I fully memorized every single exam that we took. And then I would just copy, like I would just regurgitate all the answers on a piece of paper and just hand it out to everybody else. So nobody in my freshman class failed their class, which was really, really weird. Because there's a lot of people that should have failed their class. But I made it a point to not only get like 95s and higher on all of her exams, because honestly, like they were a piece of cake. I also made it a point that I would just like make it seem like she didn't know what she was doing because all of a sudden her students that were getting like D's and F's were all of a sudden getting A's and B's on all their exams, depending on their like memorization ability. And then it was just like, it was also funny because she knew I was the person doing it, but she couldn't prove it because I never there was no proof. So it was just like, get fucked. So yeah, Mello works on spite. Yeah, this Bear is a bit spite fueled. Yeah, unfortunately, like by the time someone in the engineering department could have fueled my spite, it was like too late. It was too late. And even then, I failed. It's university, failing out of university, like I guess made me spiteful for a long time to not fail out of anything else because I failed by 0.1. I needed a 2.0. I had a 1.9. Because again, by the time I finally got my shit together, was like I was like acing exams and stuff, but I'd missed too much stuff already leading up to it that I just couldn't recover. My instructors were pretty impressed though. A lot of them were just like, we don't know how you went from like a 0 point something to like a 1.9 so quickly. I was like, well, it helps when I go from skipping exams to I'm passing all of them like with like B's and A's. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, after that, I went to the technical school, and then I got on the dean's list. Like, I think like half of the semesters I was there when I wasn't being lazy. That worked out fine, I guess. Balance cannot be changed directly because attribute methods deposit. value. The method retrieve balance returns the value stored in balance, and the methods include some rudimentary checks for retaining the integrity of the object. For instance, the card cannot be overdrawn. Oh, nice. Ah, missed the line. Oh. Two private encapsulated variables, the amount of petrol and the odometer. Would be like, please tell me. Not a thing missing. Consumes 1 liter of petrol per. Hmm. The tank can hold up to 60 liters. Have a good stream. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of the day. It's 2 underscores. And then okay. So then we need one for fill up. Which will just set self tank 60. Drive. Kilometer. Which self wait, does it need to catch if it runs out of gas? And self tank greater than 0. It needs to have actual gas in order to move. Oh, Hmm. It's like file self dot tank greater than 0. I guess we don't need this because this will just check if the tank is greater than 0. It will tank. It consumes a liter per kilometer. Fine. Fine. Range of that. Oh yeah, how to do this. Odometer equals 1. Okay, so it'll check if kilometer is greater than 0. For I in the range of kilometer, if the tank is greater than 0, it will subtract 1 liter from the tank and add 1 kilometer to the odometer. And then I think that should be fine for the drive. Uh, odometer reading self dot odometer petrol remaining. I forgot the double underscores. Liters. Okay. And then what is alright, we'll test with this one. Make sure kilometers reading 0 kilometers. Petrol's reading 0 liters. 60 liters. Right, this is where it'll really come into test. 20 kilometers, 40 liters. Okay, the rest of it should work. Hit enter one too many times. We have 0, 0, 0, 60, 20, 40, 60, 0, 60, 0, 60, 60. That should be, yeah. Because the most it can hold is 60. So we're filling it up, then we can't fill it up past the max. I guess like yeah, so we do car uh tank. They should get an error at the end. Yeah. And then that should also just be yeah. That way you can't mess with it outside of it. Note on private attributes, Python and object-oriented programming. There are ways around the underscore notation for attributes which may come across if you search resources online. No Python attribute is truly private, and this isn't part of the creators. On the other hand, a Python programmer is generally expected to respect the visibility guidelines set in classes. It takes special effort to go around these. In other languages such as Java, private variables are often truly hidden, and it is best if you think private Python variables as such as well. AKA, it's a thing of like, you can get around it if you want to, but you probably shouldn't, because you might as well just like leave it be, and it's probably a case of in extreme circumstances is probably when you want to be doing it. Methods which are dedicated to accessing and changing attributes are usually called getters and setters. Not all Python programmers use the terms getter and setter, but the concept of properties outlined below is very similar, which is why we'll use the generally accepted terminology. Above, we created some public methods for accessing private attributes, but there's a more straightforward way of accessing attributes. A simple class. Class wallet initializes to self money equals 0. We can getter and setter methods for accessing a private attribute using the app property decorator. Is return self.money. Money is greater than or equal to 0. Self.money equals money. Money. Define a getter method which returns the amount of money currently in the wallet. Then we define a setter method which sets a new value for the money attribute while making sure the new value is not negative. The new methods can be used like this. Equal money. Money. Money equals negative 30. As far as the client is concerned, using this new method is no different from directly accessing attribute. Parentheses are not necessary. That is perfect, so we'll go to state wallet.money equals. Hide the internal implementation of the attribute, offering an easy way of accessing and modifying the data store. Previous example has a small problem. The client is not notified of a failure to set a negative value for money attribute. And the value supplied is clearly wrong. There is exception. Case. Probably be a type error to signify that the value supplied was unacceptable. Here we have an improved version of the class along with some code for testing. That one was easy. This at thing that they're introducing is oddly confusing. Mostly because I haven't seen it before. It wasn't something that was covered the MIT course. Mm. Oh. Models a single. 1 second. Let's see. How does this work? Okay, all right. Property. It is this object that has extra methods. The dot getter. Property dot setter. Property dot deleter. It is a copy of the old object, but with one of the functions replaced. Remember that the decorator syntax is just synthetic sugar syntax. Property function foo self return self is the same thing as function is placed above is a special is you're doing is called that property setter method, which above returns a new copy of this time with the setter function replaced with decorated method. Following sequence also creates full-on those decorator methods. First we create some functions. Setter self, print get, setter self, print set, yourself, print delete. Then create a property object with only a getter. Next we use .setter method to add a setter. Saved by the user property or method. I'm slowly understanding what it works. It seems to just be a case of where you can like shorthand the stuff. For when it comes to like writing the actual code itself. At least that's what I'm interpreting from it. The attribute cannot be accessed with dot notations. Recursively call the property getter and cause it to overflow. The whole point of a property is exactly to make it accessible with dot notation. Calling our equivalent class A. With parentheses. Times x. Function of x which itself returns 3. A equals a dot x. So it's basically just like, it seems like it's predominantly just used to clean things up a little bit and not have to use like parentheses and stuff like that. At least that's what I'm understanding from it. Like, it seems predominantly a way to just cut parentheses out, which I get it. Like, it makes sense, like why you would want to do that in certain situations. Models a single recording. Um, integer. Be possible to make wall equals recording 43. Print the wall length 44. Print the. Okay, and then so for this, it would be, so for the getter, it should just be at property. It doesn't need the, no, it doesn't need the parentheses. So this one should be Return, yeah. Yeah. And then we have another one. Is at property. At so it works. Yeah. So it's okay, yeah, it's kind of like what I was assuming. It's a way of like kind of I guess simplifying certain things you can do. Cause like for instance in this case, right? If I didn't do these, I would I would have to like name them different things, right? So it'd have to be like one would have to be length, and then one would be like add like change length, add length, set length, like all that kind of stuff. But in this way, you can just be like the wall equals recording, print the length of the wall. Uh, the wall's length is actually 44. Print that, you know, recheck that, and you're good to go. Yeah, I can see this being useful. I don't know if I would like incorporate it into everything I would do, but I could definitely see some uses for it. Good raise of value error. Okay. Everything else should be working as intended. Class with 2 private attributes, along with getters and setters for both. Try the program out with different values and arguments. It sets the name and the player's number. If you want to see the name, you'll just return the name. If you want to set the name, as long as name doesn't equal a string with nothing. I forgot to open it up for the people. Oh well. Sets the name to that, else it will raise a value error saying that it should not be an empty string. Oh, hey, ranked up. 230, here we come, baby. property is player number, self dot player number, prints that. Then for the setter, okay, so for the getter, you don't need to actually specify that it's a getter. You can just say that it's a property of it, and then it'll just return that value. But then if it's a setter, you need to put the name of the method, and then do dot setter. Which in that case, I'm assuming what happens is when you go, in this case, like player number equals something, it looks at that and goes, is there a setter for this? Checks. If yes, does the thing. If no, wags finger at you telling you how dare. It's greater than 0, blah blah blah, must be a positive integer. So the way this would go would be like, it's fine, he's not here to see. So with this, we would just do right, dot name, and then we print player dot number, player number. So then we go, oh no, we forgot the R. We go player dot name equals buffer. Yeah, I understand how this works now. It's a little confusing and with the way they explained it, and then I checked a couple of the Stack Overflows, which kind of like, I wouldn't say that it was any less confusing, to be honest, because realistically, a lot of them kind of like explained it in a bit more of a spread out sort of way, but like I could still kind of glean information from everything and like put it together, and it kind of just validated what I was thinking. Why is this a problem though? Oh, it's because that is 0, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't like the 0. Yeah, I understand how that works. Finish off this section. Let's take a look at class, which models a simple diary. All attributes are private, but are handled through differing interfaces. The owner of the diary has the getter and setter methods, but the diary entries are processed with traditional means in this case. It makes sense to deny the client all access to the internal structure of the diary. Only the public methods are directly visible to the client. Encapsulation also ensures that the internal implementation of the class can be changed at will, provided that the public interface stays intact. The client does not know or care whether the internal data structure is based on lists, dictionaries, or something completely different. Self.owner equals owner. Entries is an empty list. If you call for dot owner, it will tell you the owner of the diary. If you want to set the owner, as long as it's not a empty string, it'll set the owner to whatever you want. Then if you call in, then if you the dot add entry. Oh, so for a pending it wouldn't work. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. Honestly, I can see that making sense. Because what should we call it? Ooh, nice little stretch. You're not setting the value as something, right. Yeah, because it's in the name, right? Setter, you're setting, right? But in the case of like a list, you're appending something to it, so therefore it can't work the same. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, so it's kind of what I was saying before. It's a way to make like cut out some of the inputs needed for things like that are simple, right? Like if you want to set something to something else. Like for instance, when we were doing the car one, right, where it had the fill up, where the fill up just sets the tank to 60. Uh we still had to use the parentheses when we were doing that. But if we had set it as a setter property, then we wouldn't have had to done that. We would have just had to do well actually I don't know, would we? Actually you might not have. Actually I don't know how that works. I'm actually kinda curious now. Yes, it's break time. This technically isn't an assignment, so technically it is not validating the sanctity of the break time, so, you know. It's fine. I don't actually know if anybody's like gonna be responding to backup for this. I just opened it just for shits and giggles. This team can solo it with the magic booster. I don't know if it can solo it without the magic booster though. I haven't tried it yet. So we can do self dot tank. We set that to 0. Right? And then this is at property. Tank. Return self dot. Actually, yeah, I don't think it works if I do it as a setter, like the other way. Return, return, right? Because it would be like at tank dot setter. Yeah, okay, I kind of figured that was going to be the problem. But if we did this. Oh, okay, it wouldn't work. Okay, so it wouldn't work for this. So I guess it would be for whenever you wanted to manually like set a value. Because it takes the, okay, now I understand how this works. Like, so the reason, so this is the property, right? Because it's like the getter setter. So what you do is that when you set the getter, that, you know, you're setting the name for it. So that's why down here it's at, like, for instance, in this case it'd be at tank, right? because you're pulling from this. You're telling it that whatever is this is going to be, the setter for this. And so that's why, for instance, it would have to be fuel, which would be an int. Then you would have to do something like if fuel is greater than 0. Well, basically, if you would do if 0 is less than fuel, well, fuel is less than 60, right? As long as fuel is greater than 0 and less than 60, or less than or equal to, I should say, equal to 60, you would do self dot tank. I also realized I wrote these wrong. That might have also caused an issue. Equals fuel. So this way, this shows 0. Then we do car dot tank equals 40. Then you print car dot tank. And now it's 40. Yeah, like, okay, I understand how that works now. That makes sense. That's actually really good. And that sort of thing. I see like at least the property one getting used often, especially in cases of just doing it in like getter setups. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty cool. All right, we're fully in break time though. That means no more coding study. Pretty good. I mean, we kind of like. Oh wait, no, never mind. We have a. I was about to because they had mentioned about like wrapping it up with like this diary thing, and so I was like, oh, so we finished this section. We didn't finish this section. There's still like a little bit. There's like an assignment, but we'll just leave that for tomorrow. But the encapsulation thing was actually kind of interesting. The encapsulation and then the I don't know, again, I don't know why I keep wanting to call it encapsulation. The encapsulation and the new takes on the getter setter methods was actually like really interesting. I will say I feel like this is one of those things where is it good to know and like will you see uses for it more than like yeah, I'd say so. But is it something to do every time or like try to hard force it into things? Probably not, especially if you're going to be dealing like across languages and stuff. But yeah, I don't like it's still pretty interesting little little thing. I definitely see the uses that it could have personally. But yeah, pretty cool. Nice little learned things today. Oh snap. Birthday weapon trade ends in less than 24 hours. Glad I used that the other day. I have to decide if tonight I want to stream. I don't think we're streaming Delta Force tonight. Honestly, I'm not. I might do a little bit like off stream, like in between stream, or maybe even like after stream. But I'm not particularly feeling like pew pew on stream tonight, so probably won't do Delta Force. But what we have on the table, right, is we'll either do Star Rail to get caught up on to get started on trying to do the new area because I've heard that takes like 9+ hours. Uh, Grand Blue, which all it would be grinding out the event to try to get the last 10 Folia pages, which would probably take us. I don't even know if that take us an hour. Into whatchamacallit, into words are escaping me. today, Mello. Today. Into Arcarum, right? To like finish up some Arcara farming. Or it could be Warhammer 40k Inquisitor. Because I fired that up and I've been running around with a flamethrower, purging the unclean, burninating the peasants, as Trogdor would say, and it's been a grand old time. Honestly. I've been having fun with it. But at the same point, it's kind of like a case of I usually only play it for like about an hour or so before I'm like, all right, I'm good. Let's go do something else. So I don't know. Or it could be neither of that, and we could just do more coding, which probably won't be the case. If I do that, it'll probably be like Wednesday night. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll end up doing Delta Force. I don't know. I don't really, after playing on the weekends a bunch, like I've kind of decided that I don't really want to play during the weekday at night, at least, because we didn't get too bad matchmaking last night. It actually wasn't super duper bad. There was definitely like a couple games where, well, there's that one game that we won that I have no idea how the hell we won, because the enemy team was just killing us like all the time. I guess we just happened to like, I guess like a lot of those kills had to have been off point or something, or like in transitions and stuff like that. That or just the case of like that one squad was just killing everybody, but you know, they would get overwhelmed with numbers and then we were just killing everybody else, which happens. It's just that usually, I think it might have also just been due to the map. Because I know on Knife's Edge for Delta Force, it's, oh, I didn't put break time up. I'm trolling. I clicked the thing. Oh, wait, no, I did. My phone's frozen. Mobile Twitch, why you do this? Why you do this? I was like, I didn't put break time up because that's how I keep track of break time. But, Knife's Edge, which is literally just the run in a straight line map. Like there is literally no deviation on it. That map is actually one of my favorite maps for King of the Hill because it's got a lot of like cheeky little flanks you can take back and forth. But it's also small enough that you're gonna run into fights along the way. It's definitely not as goated for me as Shaft is. Shaft is like probably, especially for attack and defense, I would argue, is like, I think that one I've equally won and lost because it's been really good. But yeah. I don't know, figure it out. I guess part of the reason that I'm kind of like, I don't know if I want Delta Force is because I have to do marksman stuff. Because I would just run around unlocking the rest of the guns and stuff like that. So, or not the unlock, well, you do that passively, but I'd be unlocking the rest of the armory stuff that I have. And that requires getting like another bunch of kills with the marksman, which honestly the marksman just really needs attachments from what I've noticed. And I don't feel like, I have a bunch of the stuff, but I don't feel like dumping the points on the marksman rifles because I just don't plan on using them all that much. I'd probably use the one that I'm going to unlock, but you know, but even then that's just kind of even more reason I'd rather just save my like gun EXP tokens for that instead. But yeah, I don't know, we'll figure it out. We'll play something. If anything, we might just do ooh, or we could do, I forgot until the other day when I was looking through my Epic library that they did Return to Moria, which is like it's the Lord of the Rings themed, right? But you're a dwarf trying to reclaim Moria, and it's like, oh, we might do that because I did it a little bit, and I was like, oh, this is. But I like when I remembered it was really late at night, so I like installed it, and then I like messed around with it a little bit. I was like, oh, this could be pretty fun. So I don't know, we might do that tonight. We might do that tonight. Realistically speaking, I want to find an MMO that I want to grind that's not Guild Wars. The problem with Guild Wars is that like the only thing I really enjoy in Guild Wars is World v World. I don't like doing fractals. I don't like doing any of the PvE stuff. I don't like doing the world stuff like that. All I really like doing is World v World. But like I haven't been in the mood to do World v World, especially because every time I watch Rook play, like we're just getting absolutely shit stomped. I'm just like, no. But yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure something out. If anything, it might just end up just being either Grand Blue or Star Rail. If anybody like happens to join in to speed that up. Yeah, I've been using the magic booster for this. I need to find a different team setup for that. I don't really like this one. Well, to be fair, this one's not like fully. I think it's supposed to have Cosmos instead of. I think the reason I have Goblin Mage in there is because it's supposed to have somebody else. Maple Story, the Eternal Grind. I have tried to play Maple Story like at least 30 times on like 30 different occasions, and I can't. I hate the side-scrolling beat 'em up like style of games. Honestly, I've never really been a big fan of them. I would though, because like Maple Story is like the classes. What is it? There's one that has like there's this one spear wielding class with the with Gungnir that had like really cool little uh like you're just dropping giant spears on shit, and I was like, oh, that's pretty sick. And I like a friend of mine showed me that. He's like, hey, yo, I remember you liked spears and stuff, and I was like, oh, cool, yeah, I'd give it a try, bro. I was like an hour in, I was like, God, I hate this. I hate it so much. I just like it's nothing on Maple Story itself. I just really don't like side scrolling beat 'em ups. If anything, there's like I have to see if I can get back into it. I have to look at some of the like older free to play MMOs that are on on the on Steam. There might be a couple in there. We might dabble in and mess around in. I don't know. The problem is that, like any MMO that I would actually like just mindlessly grind right now are both sub based, and I'd have to buy expansions. And considering that Monster Hunter Wilds comes out end of this month, PoE 2 is probably going to drop a pretty big content patch, maybe in a month or so, that will probably have the Druid in it, either the Druid or the Huntress, with adding spears and stuff. And so that means I'd have to spend another. That's like $130 right there. I'd like to get the Xenoblade Chronicles X remaster. Then there's like, I can't. Okay. Sub-based why? Why? But yeah, Maple Story. I'll watch people play Maple Story. It's actually kind of funny. Like there is what is it? YouTube randomly recommended me last week. I'm assuming it probably has to deal with like connection of Granblue because I think one of the videos I watched was somebody who did Granblue content, but but their predominant thing is like Maple Story grinds, and it's just like there was like a 3-hour video of the dude just like doing a playthrough of whatchamacallit of setting up a new character with like some event that was, and this was like 2 months old, and I just like played it on my other monitor while doing stuff. Like RuneScape's another one that like neither the new or the old school RuneScape, like I can never play that game for long periods of time. I wish I could, because I'll watch other people. Like Zoe plays RuneScape from time to time, and it's always like interesting to watch her do all the stuff she does. But it's just like I don't know why, like I just can't get into it. I wish I could. There's some pretty fun games. If only they hadn't scuffed up Maple Story too. Maybe I would have gotten into it. Dungeon Fighters is another one. Dungeon Fighters online. That's a game I have always wanted to get into. I have tried innumerable times to try to get into that game, like myself, because like I love the class concepts they have in there and stuff like that. I never can, because again, it's just like this. Like even with that, like I don't really care, because like I know DFL has a lot of like pay to win aspects, which is what stops a lot of other people. Like I don't particularly mind them too much, mostly because it'd be a game I just play when I'm like casual. But it's like it's just like a whatchamacallit. I can't. I'm not the side scrolling thing. I just can't. I'm gonna chalk it up to just PTSD from growing up playing those old school like X-Men, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle side scrolling arcade games and just getting my ass absolute beat in those games because they were kind of hard. Streets of Rage, like those types of games. It was just I blame those games for me not being able to play these games. Honestly, 110% their fault. All right. That is going to be it for the day stream though. Pretty good little learning of new stuff though, which is pretty fun. We'll go say hi to Foxy. Foxy's been grinding away at our world. A lot of people I know have been playing oh wait, never mind. Starting. I guess we'll go say hi to Fancy. I don't think I've said hi to Fancy like ever. I don't think she's. Yeah, she just swapped characters. I don't think she's ending anytime soon. Speaking of watching people who play games that I wish I could play, Lost Ark. Well, Lost Ark has its own problems of why like I don't play it. But we're gonna go say hi to Fancy. But thank you everybody for watching. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna go. Well, actually, there's a lot of. But I'll figure out what I'll do tonight. I don't know. See how it works. But thank you everybody for watching. I do appreciate it. It was a day for you. Have a good day. It was a day for you as well. Stay safe. Stay hydrated. I'll see y'all on the next.